I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? The fuck is this? Why is there a line here? Oh, I see. That's what that is. It was just some of my hair from the top. Ah. I figured it out. It's fine. How's everybody doing? Yeah, my bad. I got a whole bunch of things done today. Whole bunch of things. I went shopping. I got groceries. I got some errands done. I got finally got my shampoo and my moisturizing cream because I ran out of them a while ago. I got my hair cut. I got had a facial. All sorts of stuff today. A what now? A facial. The less fun kind. But still. Evening. Started playing earlier. They changed the story. Since you played, they've changed the story like 16 times. They've redone the entirety of Act 1 twice. There's actually a version of Act 1 you didn't even see, judging by the last time you played. The whole thing has gotten significantly better. What are you playing, Coffee? What are you making? I'm not sure. Well, what class did you pick? Evening, Core. How you doing? Not sure. Mage thinking about trying out Rune Master. Nice. Rune Master's very cool. I don't know anything about it, but there's a version of Rune Master that's basically wild magic. Like there's an endgame version where you don't actually control what your special spell is and it goes off automatically. So you just like run around rune bolting things and just a buttload of skills just go off. And you don't get to control what they are. And that seems amazing. And I kind of want to play it. That sounds cool. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Bella, I missed your stream. Missed it like when? It's every day. I'm here every day. I was just trying to find someone to watch until you got on. Yeah, I was a little bit late today. Yeah. I was a little bit later than I like. Is it PoE time yet? I hope not. I'm still really into LA. But like, I suspect by the time I get back from holiday, it'll be PoE time. I fried the ground floor button on the elevator. What the fuck? How are you frying elevators? You need to be studied. I don't understand. It's the anxiety. It's an infinite power source. It's actually crazy, is what it is. It's actually crazy. Oh, now my fingers still canes. Is there any electronic devices that you've ever used in your life that you're confident will never break? Like, have you never broken a phone or a keyboard or a monitor? Or like, is there something that doesn't break when you touch it? Nokia 3310. Ooh. So I'm actually decently tanky now. But in some like slightly higher corruptions, I wish I had some better recovery. I actually need slightly more recovery. What gives you so much mana regen? Leech your mana on hit? I don't believe there is any mana leech in the game. So there's two things. One is something everybody's got where you get the 2 mana on hit here. I've also taken all 3 nodes in here for the minus mana cost for this thing. And that's what most people have taken, which is sort of enough. Barely. It's a little awkward. In order to make it less awkward, I took this node so that I can auto proc harvest. And then I took this node in harvest so that every 13 enemies hit with harvest restores me an additional 10 mana. So that's how that is. It also comes with the 12% cull and some free ward generation, 6 flat, which doesn't really matter, and 1% of health as ward every hit. So it's some ward generation, the cull, some mana back, and a little bit of necrotic resist shred. But to be honest, I only need 1 point in here, not 2, because you already have a little tiny bit here that you need to travel to here anyway, and that has you sitting at 9 usually, and occasionally 10, and it caps out at 10. So this already gives me like 9, sometimes 8, sometimes 10 just on its own. So just putting a tiny bit of chance on this stacks it to that 10 cap all the time. So you really only need like 1 point here, but I have 1 extra point, so it's fine. It also stops you from having to go here. Normally you go here in Bone Curse to get that cull, I don't need that cull, right? Because the cull is coming from harvest anyway, which freed up some points to go in here. Bone curse has a chance to cause enemies to bleed 75%. Why not? I'm not really a bleed build, but like it's a little extra. To be honest, I'm not sure if it's worth it here. I could probably take these 5 points, put 1 here, 2 here to get 20% mana efficiency, and put in some like chill chance or something. Frostbite would be actually pretty pog, but I don't think that I have a way of putting frostbite on from here. I don't, but I could do slow and chill instead of that bleed. Let's see. Each stack of chill reduces attack, cast, and movement speed by 12%. Stacks 3 times. Each stack of slow reduces movement speed by 20%. Stacks 3 times. Honestly, that bleed's probably not doing much. What you'll want to do is put at least 4 points in the area node for harvest if you're using it. I tried to not have area points in here, but then it wouldn't hit enough mobs because it literally needs to hit 13 times to give me 10 mana back. But one slice, if it hits 10 enemies, that's 10 stacks. If it hits 2 enemies, that's 2 stacks. It can also only proc 3 times a second. So you kind of need the area to be able to have it proc consistently. Okay, so we changed the bone curse. So we're going to end up with 1 point in slow. We got 5 points to spend. So 2 here. Is there anything else that I could put in here? I mean, I could have a tiny heal, but I don't know if that matters. I could just put 2 points in slow. 1 point here. No, 2 points here. Alright, 1 point in the slow. And then 2 points in the chill. Because that'll just make us tankier. It reduces their attack, cast, and movement speed by 12% per stack. There's 3 stacks. So we should add that in. Just to make ourselves tankier. That bleed wasn't really doing anything anyway, I don't think. I don't think it was doing fuck all. Everyone in chat, Skylab, how you doing? Okay, so we're gonna put a slow in, and then we're gonna put 2 in here, and then do I need 2 points in here? When I first impaled Black Sun got 75 on the void res. Nice. I can give it more area. I think 1 point will be fine. Let's put a little tiny bit of healing in as well. More utility. Have even more utility. I would like you to get every ounce of utility. Right, we just changed its pathetic bleed chance for chill, slow, and a tiny bit more recovery of my life. And a tiny bit more mana efficacy? Efficiency? Better mana. Just means the list of debuffs going on a mob is just going up and up and up. I'm putting out so many fucking debuffs now. Ooh. It tried. Well, we might have to keep that. Oh, look at all these debuffs and no spoon. Do you know the spoon got capped? It's really sad. Where is it? %6 more spell damage. This isn't a spell build. This is a damned build, which doesn't have a spell tag, but it's more spell damage per negative ailment on a target up to 8. So it only counts the first 8 debuffs. Well, I put on like 15 debuffs, so like the spoon itself comes with 5. You only need to put on 3 more debuffs to cap out the spoon. It's actually quite sad. It's still pretty decent, to be honest, and I wore it for a while. It is still actually pretty good. Doom, doom. Well, I can pretty easily sit on 180 damned stacks now, which is pretty damn high, but it could get better. Ooh. What do you got? 71 to 72? Sure. Sure, why not? Okay, as soon as we find another reset, bitch, we're out of this zone. We'll be at something like 270 or something like that. So we should be able to pump up other areas we go to a pretty decent level, hopefully. Does anyone know which one is the debuff that makes skulls fly out of the mobs? Because I actually don't know which debuff it is that does that. I've got like way too many debuffs to be able to tell which one visually does the thing. Yo, this guy's got a 4 LP hammer. Of all the things you could get a 4 LP version of, that is not something I would have wanted. We'll be keeping that. Thank you. There we go. So we're gonna add 14. That's fine. 14's fine. There is decent visual path. It might be, but then you've got to, you know, play a melee build. Really? I can't even blink over that fence? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Okay, let's go. Oh, okay. Well, there goes one of my things. We're now only getting 4 corruption, but also, yikes. I mean, most of that was just greed, to be honest, because I really only do about 20% more damage if I stop and cast myself. So I really, like, don't need to be prioritizing that at all. Like, most of the damage comes from just having the Fisher down, right? Like, I can actually just play dodge the whole time. And my DPS is still fine. It's only a little bit less than if I can be stationary and casting myself as well. That's what I'm supposed to do. Stop being greedy. Just run around. Don't get hit. It's very easy. It's very easy. Hey. Garth, leave the 58 month.
Quick stop by
resub.
for sub. See you next month when Poe comes back. Smiley face.
Oh, I'm starting to feel that little tickle in the back of my brain that says there's a PoE time again. You know, that one that happens whenever it's just been like 2 or 3 weeks. It started. Nothing wrong with Ellie. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, but like that little tickle of like PoE's just starting to call in the back of my brain again. It happens. It happens. The estimated date range for next league. Best we've got is a guess right now. And my guess is if we get the announcement of the announcement this week, then I think it will be the 22nd, 23rd, like that weekend. I think it's going to be that weekend. If we don't get the announcement this week, it might be first week of next month. But I think it'll be the end of this month, and I think we'll get the announcement of the announcement this week. Like, we'll be told, hey, this is the date where we're going to give you all the information. You know, the announcement. I think that's going to happen this week. And then I think that the launch is going to be in the final weekend of this month. That's what I think is going to happen. Trying to detox off the forest juice. Yeah, I don't want to play any more PoE from this league because, like, what am I, like, that amount of juice that we had though. Like, I've been playing this game. This is a good detox, right? This is a great detox. I'm not gonna run into PoE and be like, where's all my loot? Because I've been playing this. But if I played in the fucking forest all the way up until the final week, I would feel that loot apocalypse. Like, there's no way we get that much loot next time. No way. There's no shot. I'm not looking forward to having a piano flasks at league start again. Yeah, it's always the worst day one when you have to piano all your flasks. Here we was today, but it lost me after the crafting kept getting harder and harder. I'm still a PoE main. Like PoE is still the best ARPG on the market, but this fucking game just launched. And it's number 2 already. It just launched. Like that's insane. How do you feel about Grim Dawn? I don't really feel any way about Grim Dawn. I'm impressed with all of their like features and customizability and all of that sort of stuff, but the speed of gameplay in Grim Dawn is too slow for me to enjoy. So I never really got into it. I tried. I've probably spent 200 or 300 hours playing it, and like it was, I get it, but for me, it's just too slow. Play really don't need build guides, just into it. Yeah. I also very much love that. Like there is actually no need for a build guide at all in this video game. That's very cool. I also really like that you can just respec whenever you want. Maybe like hand holding. That's alright. I'm still happy to hold your hand. We'll definitely be having some build guides out for this before next season launches. We're definitely going to put a Warlock guide out real soon as well, because I'm really enjoying this one. The important part is that you don't need a build guide, right? That's the important bit. Like, it's fine to have one. But I think it's really cool that you don't need to have one. Just had the cleaver solution drop with 2 LP in the campaign. Nice. If I had time to make a 3rd character, which I don't, but if I did, it would be a low life cleaver solution build. Like for sure, I want to run a cleaver solution build. I legitimately don't know what build I would run. Just Cleaver Solution. Oh, it's just like the +1 to all skill mods. No. So the really fun part about that weapon, +1 to all skills is great. The fun part is you can get a strength stacking build, something that scales with strength. Get yourself 70 strength, which is a pretty obtainable number, and then gain 70 int just as well, which means that you can go low life on a like attack strength build. Prioritize strength of prioritizing attunement. I mean, if you're using the Cleaver Solution, isn't it strength to int? So it might not be for your build. I don't know what you're playing, but the Cleaver Solution, you want a strength scaling skill and then to be low life on it. Like that's what it enables, right? So like when I mouse over this, it's necrotic spell, damage of a time area, intelligence. So this is an int scaling skill. You'd want one that was strength scaling skill, which won't be everybody, right? That won't be every skill. I don't know what I would play with it yet. Hang on. Build planner. Let's have a look real quick. So Forge Guard stuff is all strength scaling. The Void stuff looks like it's mostly, at least, vitality scaling. Do this game looking for a build that can be played with a controller, and I think that's it. Do a planner for this build if you don't mind. Thanks. Yes. So I don't have a planner planned for this build, but I do have my profile is public. If you type !LE profile, you can look it up. I will be doing a video on this one tonight, so there'll be one up on YouTube with a full planner soon. This is a very good controller build, a very good one button controller build. I've been actively playing with the controller the whole time. I just do inventory management and shit like that. I do that stuff with a keyboard and mouse. Beastmaster? What are your skills? Just trying to find what is a strength stacking skill. Oh. 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 Wolves is strength stacking. That means squirrels can be strength stacking. That's interesting. So's Tempest Strike. So's Gathering Storm. So's Earthquake. Oh shit. Swarmblade is a strength stacking as well? Okay. What about Spellblade? What do you got? Spellblade, here you are. Int Dex. Nothing. Index. Index. Rip. Okay, so you're all index. So that's no good to me. Not rune. I doubt anything from Falconer's strength scaling, right? Blade Dancer's dex as expected. This thing's all dex as expected. This thing's all dex as expected. Okay. Okay. It kind of looks like Beastmaster and Void Knight are like the big two options. Not Void Knight, Forge Guard. Just don't know if anything in Forge Guard really like piques my interest. Oh, straight up hammer throw is strength and dex though. Oh. 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 Smite won't be though. Yeah, strength is a smite is attunement. Int scaling is so good. Yeah, there's not as much strength scaling as I'd like. The druid's got a little bit. Shaman actually has a little bit. Forge Guard has quite a lot, but not so much Paladin or Void Knight. You're also going to scale in. Yeah. Oh, there's a good question. Is there any skill that has strength and int scaling? Like there was some strength and dex and some int and dex. Are there any strength and int? Because that would be crazy for the cleaver solution. Is you really doing solo run, or are you down to grind? I mean, am I not grinding right now? But I've been doing some grouping. I have some like resonance and stuff, but I only group with the I only group with like the people that I already play with. I'm only picking these up because I have a 3 LP shield that I could make a pog as fuck leveling item with if I made something cool. Meh. Oh, there's not very much that you want here. And there are a few things though. That's not it. Well, it's not the worst. There's a race, only one bad mod. Nice. Over here I've got... Actually, I don't know where it went. There's definitely a 3 LP level 5 shield somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere. Not one of them. It's one of these. But there's a 3 LP one somewhere. I don't know what I did with it, but it's in a tab somewhere. I know that. Unlock anti shock to attackers. That's not bad. Here's my cleaver solution. This was supposed to be healing. Nice. It's probably going to be nothing, but let's try it. Nope. 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 Well, you've used all of your potential, so... I don't know if it's necessarily what I'm supposed to do, but anything that's like sort of okay-ish, but could be really good, I just chaos spam the bad mods whenever I see them. Sometimes they hit and sometimes they don't. If they don't hit, I don't care. I just vendor them. If they do hit, they end up in the really good box. Like, what else am I going to do with it? It's not quite good enough to keep, but it might be if it chaos spammed into something great. And sometimes it does. Nuba, how you doing? Good chaos wells, lich. It was rough for down flying and blasting. Nice. Do I do a cockroach? Just answer the question. I don't know what that means. Just left the cultist game. The cockroach thing saw me to. Oh, right. I know those. I know those. I want to give you sympathy, but you chose hardcore, so you don't get me. Have sympathy for people who die in hardcore the same way I have sympathy for people who punch themselves in the balls and it hurts way more than they were expecting. Like, I feel for you and that looks painful, but you did make the dumb decision. So like, and unless you do your walking or one-shot mechanic. Yeah, I don't know. I can't understand hardcore anymore. Just weird because I've spent like so much time playing hardcore in PoE, but now I'm just like I don't know if I got worse at video games or if I just got more self-aware of how bad I was to begin with. But for whatever reason, We'll do softcore honor mode or something. So what I don't understand, have you played a lot of this before? Because what I don't get is like, unless you're someone who's like, oh, I can do like you might be someone who's like, oh, I can do corruption 1,000 no problem. Like I know what's going on. If you're that person, that's great, right? That's fantastic. Absolutely go nuts. But like most people aren't that person. Like you haven't played most of the game yet. You haven't played most of the game yet. Like I'm all for hardcore. It's just that hardcore is a challenge mode, right? I feel like it should be treated like a challenge mode. When you know what you're doing, now it's time. Crafting PoE is Ellie 100 times over. And I don't like crafting in PoE like at all. I mean maybe. But only if this works. Oh. Interesting. I don't need frailty though. At all. I also really don't need fizz res. Or lightning. No. Poison's actually good. That one's a lot harder to come across. But that was unfortunate because now it only has 5. That is unfortunate. How many of those do I have? I have 45. I doubt you can make it. I doubt you can make it. Nope. I actually didn't. Yeah, okay, sure. You can be vended then. That it started lucky, but it didn't stay lucky. It started lucky, but it didn't stay lucky. It can go away now. The thing is, I've had this before. I had to try because I've done this shit before where I'm like, oh no, I've only got like 6 left and I've got 2 affixes. And then you just go click, 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 and one goes straight to 5. And then you go to the next one and go click, 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 click. And it's like makes it to 4. And you're like, okay. Like I've done that before. Tried though. It doesn't matter too much to me. I would have been way more forgiving if the experimental affix I turned that into was the armor applies to damage over time one, right? If I had doubled up on that, I would have taken any resist. I wouldn't have re-rolled it. I'd have changed other gear around it, right? Because I'd be like, that's too good. That's what I want. But it hit one where I was like, eh. Like the ward on kill and ward decay threshold's good, but it's the damage over time thing that I wanted. It can go now. Bye. You know the experimental swap is a formula, not random? Nope. Did not know that. Huh. The total affix of the tiers is 4 to the experimental mod will be right. So you figure out what tiers you currently have. Your two prefixes, like let's say you have a tier 3 and a tier thing, and then this one was a tier 7 and it's what you're building around, and it currently has no suffix. And then you can be like, ah, well, what would I need if I want this exact mod? And then you could craft on, you can see, oh, I would need a tier 6 if I want to get that mod. But if I craft on a tier 2 suffix and then I seal something, then it'll be this. And if I craft it to tier 3, it'll be that. And if I craft it to tier 4, it'll be that. And if I craft it to tier 5, it'll be that. If I leave it empty, it'll be this. Okay. Interesting. Okay, that is useful to know. I will play around with that next time. That is very useful to know. So that probably means I could have forced the mod I wanted onto those gloves. The mod I actually wanted, I could have put that on that. Is there a chance you can show that on an example? Yeah, let me pick up another pair of gloves. I think I understand it now. Let me pick up another pair of gloves and we'll test it after this. Oh, why did I pick arena though? Alright, let's pick up a pair of gloves real quick. Just out of my stash. Here's a pair of gloves. It's got forging potential. It doesn't matter if I really lose them. Okay, so let's bring this up right now. So this currently has, so I would set this to what it has. It currently has a tier 1 suffix. It currently has a tier 5 suffix. And it has a tier 6 prefix. So in order to change anything, I need to have at least one tier here, right? Like I have to add something, anything. If I was to add something, anything, doesn't matter what, in its current state, I add something and then seal that prefix, and it would become this. And if I add a prefix that's tier 2, it'll become this. And if I add a prefix that's tier 3, it'll become this. If I add a prefix that's tier 4, it'll become that. If I upgrade the suffix, let's say I upgrade the suffix instead to 4. Ah. Okay. So this is a 1. So if I understand this, it had been upgraded to the specific tier. If I understand this right, I want to turn this into the experimental affix tier 2, let's say. So if I understand this right, I add any prefix mod. Right? Doesn't matter because it's the one I'm changing anyway. So we'll just make it attunement. Right? Or mana, whatever. So this one's set to 6 because it's the prefix. Now I have a tier 1 prefix. I have a tier 1 suffix. And a tier 5. So right now, if I was to seal that tier 1 stuff, or any, but I can only seal the tier 1 anyway. It would, if I sealed it right now, it would become this. I don't want it to become this. I want it to become this mod. This is the good mod. Now this would only be tier 2. So if I up that to tier 2 and I go again, like I make it tier 2 and then I seal it, it would become this tier of this mod. Which seems to go in a pattern. So if I want the higher tier 1, well, I can't reach that because if I reach 5, I can't upgrade it again. So I can only go to 4. But it's the total tiers here. So if I bring this one up to tier 3, I've now got a better shot. If I bring that up to tier 5, what happens? Oh, if I bring that one up to tier 5 and I upgrade this at tier 2, it'll be a tier 3. Do I have enough forging potential for that? I do. So in theory, this has to be a 2 and this has to be a 5. And then if I sealed it, it would be the good one. But let's down it here just because we want to test. So it should become, if I leave that suffix, it should become % armor and flat armor hybrid tier 2 if I upgrade it from tier 2. So I'm going to hit upgrade on the mana once and then I'm going to seal it. And it should become this affix right here. If I've understood this correctly. So we're going to upgrade that. And then we're going to glyph of inside this bitch. And there it is. The tier 2. Exactly what it said it would be. So you just set the item tiers to what they are. Then you play around with the ones you can play around with to find the version of the mod you want. So if I wanted a higher tier of that, what I could have done was upgraded my suffix to tier 5. Right? And then that same upgrade at tier 2 would have been a tier 3 armor hybrid instead of the tier 2. I would have spent forging potential to get there. So it depends, right? I don't think you have to have exalted anythings. I just happen to have an exalted suffix, but like if you just had a rare item, let's say that was tier 4, right? And so I had a tier 1 suffix, tier 4, 2, 1, and 5. Then this is what it would become, and this is what it would become if it was tier 1, right? It'd just be a lower roll. I could still get the roll I'm after. It would just need to be a tier 4 prefix or 2 tier 4 prefixes when I upgrade them, and then it would be that one. Yep. So that's pretty cool. That's definitely useful. And now I think I understand it. This also requires you to have these glyphs of insight. And the way you get glyphs of insight are by using runes of research on items that already have experimental. Okay, that one worked. It doesn't work 100% of the time. It's better. I actually didn't expect this one to work because it's only a tier 2. So its chances of working relatively low. But the higher tier experimental affix is on it, the greater the chance to get a glyph of insight when you use a rune of research. Which is why my filter shows all tier 4 and all tier 5 experimental affixes. Doesn't matter the model and the experiment, just to get the glyphs. But there's 2 reasons to use this, right? One of them is just to use it on a trash item to seal it so that you can have chances at getting the glyphs, because that's the only way they drop. You do not get glyphs drop. The only way you get them is by doing this. So you do have to do it to some items. But the second one is to seal it off so I can put on another prefix, right? Because now it's gone. And now I can be like, oh, I wish I had attunement on this one. Ta-da! And now I've got this attunement piece because I have room for it because I took the mod off, right? And now this item has 5 modifiers instead of 4. So you don't want to use every single rune of research you get, but you do need to use some of them to get your glyph of insights. Removal things you can pick. Yeah, except that the rune of research only affects these experimental mods. Right? It only affects those experimental mods. And then the higher tier experimental mod it is, when you use it, the greater chance you have of getting a glyph of insight. Boop, and now it's gone. So my filter hides all tier 3 and below experimental bases. So all the tier 4 and aboves that are on shit pieces or they're shit gear but they have experimentals, I use my glyphs on those, my runes rather, on those, because the higher tier it is, the more chance you have of getting the glyph you want. So the shit items that are at least tier 4, I do those. Just like as throwaways, just to get glyphs. I was doing it on tier 3s to begin with, but I actually got too many of them and started running out of the runes, which I also like. I don't want to use every rune to do that. So the sweet spot, at least for me so far, has been tier 4. If I do tier 4 and above all of them, then I don't run out. But I still get enough insights to use them. Can you shatter these affixes? No. You cannot have shards of experimental affixes. There are only 2 ways to have them. They're drop only, or you use that glyph of insight that we just used to turn one into it, presumably using that calculator. Pew pew. Morning. Whoops. Another sword with no LP. Rough. Really good on the plus levels, but no LP.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that entire fucking chest is broken. Sword is broken, and half of the things it's supposed to scale off just literally don't work. So it's not a build right now.
Take care.
Ah, here you are, buddy. 46 bonus corruption. That doesn't feel like as much as I thought it would be. 46 bonus corruption doesn't seem like a lot, considering the other zone is at like 250 and this is at 100. I thought I'd be getting like, I don't know, 90 or something. Like I thought it would be like really quick to catch up. Otherwise, this whole thing's like quite the grind. I definitely don't want to do this on multiple characters league. Every Warlock is building a set of tentacle whip gear on the side for when they fix that thing. Yeah. Yeah, it was the main thing I wanted to do. I wanted to just play a whip build on my Warlock and then just play Devo's Whip It. Just on repeat for like 12 hours a day. Is Restream broken again? No. Hello. I don't think so. Oh, I just missed your first thing. Is using these affixes essentially is making a crafted synth modifier you want? I mean, experimental modifier. Today it's just, it feels like this is, it's going to give me 46 bonus, but I have 260. I'm at 260. That's not even high, but like I'm at 260 on another time zone. So I would expect that my first reset here would put me at least, I want to say like 200-ish, right? I would like it to jump from like, maybe not all the way to where my maxed one is, but like at least like 75%, right? You want to be like, I think like 75% would be a good amount, right? Maybe you can seal it so you get 5 modifiers instead of 4 then. Yes, but then that does take forging potential. A lot of it. Also, you're right. The Restream bot is broken. It's only sending half of your messages, and I don't know why. One day I will find a new bot to use instead of Restream bot. higher your corruption, the better it works. I give you 1,000, it'll help you catch up much better. Well, that kind of tells me that the play is just to not grind different zones at all. I should just grind one zone until I'm at least 600 or 700 or whatever, the maximum I can handle, and then go somewhere else. But that's kind of a shit way to play, because I don't want to do that. I want to get all my blessings everywhere. I need to grind the other zones. There are loot things. There's like all sorts of reasons to want to bounce around. And just variety, for the sake of variety. I want to bounce around. Like, that's what you want to be doing. That's more fun. You want to be like, oh, I'll spend an hour or two in this zone, and then I'll do a few resets, and then I'll go somewhere else. Says the guy that lives in Crimson Prison. Yeah, but I also play Trade League in PoE. And I don't think you could fucking pay me to play Merchant's Guild here. Like, they're different games. I don't know what to say. They're different games. Right, hang on. I need to go to the bathroom. I will be back in just a moment. to. Also be there past the middle level. Huh. Yeah, we didn't have to talk about merchant guilds, so better. It might be down to the person. Oh no, I think merchant guild is stronger. To be clear, I think merchant guild is stronger. I just think it's way the fuck more boring. Well, I don't know if I want to farm these other areas, man. I don't want to be back in low corruptions. Like, I make so much less favor, so much less XP. Define stronger here. If I was on a path of pure player character power, of how to get the most amount of power in the least amount of time, I think that Merchant's Guild is going to win. You will be significantly more powerful in less time playing in the Merchant's Guild because of the nature of trade. It'll also be way more boring and way less fun, and I'd rather not. But like, if you're a pure powerhouse gamer like Snap and their team, there's no way that they don't pick Merchant's Guild. They have to. They have to. Because they're literally power gamers. Like, they need to be as strong as possible, as quick as possible. Okay, there's a catch-22. It's only more powerful one character. See, I would agree with that too. With this setup that I'm doing right now, am I getting slightly less power than I would from Merchant's Guild? Yes. But I'm also getting a buttload of other stuff for other characters that I would not be getting. Also, SFB, what is the difference between the two guilds? Like, define what makes them fun. So Merchant Guild is just trade. That's all they have, right? Merchant's Guild is just trade. Whereas that's fine. But here's what we get out of this, out of Circle of Fortune. Enemies have a 35% chance to drop twice as many items. 45% chance for Rune of Ascension to be preserved when you use an item that requires whatever. When an item drops, there's 25% chance for more idols, 50% more likely to be exalted items, 30% chance for monolith rewards to double. This includes the XP one. Uniques are twice as likely to have legendary potential. T7 affixes are twice as common. So just this on its own is already, in my mind, already more fun than trade. Right? Just this on its own. But then we also have prophecies, which Merchant's Guild doesn't even have anything to compare with. Right, so over here, we've got this entire area, right? This entire thing where I can get prophecies and use it to target farm more items. And so that's kind of insane because Merchant Guild doesn't have a second system on it. Which is like, just to start with, Merchant Guild needs a second system. Like we've got this that compares to Merchant Guild's things. I think this is more fun, but then we've got this on top of it. Like this happens on top, and that's a lot better, right? They can balance two systems and make them even close. I hope they don't merge them. I very much do not want them to merge them. Merging them would be really shit, actually. One of the things that I'm loving about playing this game is that I do not care about the price or the market. If you make everybody care about the price and the market, then that takes away a really large part of why this is way cooler. And if you give everybody access to trade, I will care again. Like, it's not an option to be like, well, you could just not trade. Okay, I could also punch myself in the testicles, but why would I do that? That would be silly, right? Like, so definitely don't merge them. How do prophecies drop? I mean, they don't drop. I'm picking them up right now. Like, you spend favor to purchase prophecies from this system right here. The experimental thing, only craft goods gloves instead of using the subpar gloves just for the experimental efficacy. Nice. Nice. Give the chances to switch factions. Right, with all the pros and cons. Yeah, you can just swap factions. You lose all of your favor whenever you swap factions. So spend all of your favor first. But you also, if you change from one faction to another, any tagged items you can't use when you change. So this is not tagged, so I can keep using it. This is tagged. You can see beside level 80 required. That means this item only dropped because I'm Circle of Fortune, right? But you can swap. Like half of my gear isn't tagged, and I could find replacements in my stash for the stuff that is tagged, right? Like if I look, I'd have to replace that. I'd have to replace that. I'd have to replace that. That's actually it. That's surprising. I'd have to replace that. Right, so those would have to be replaced. So Merchant Guild has the same problem. Anything that's Merchant Guild tagged, anything you've bought at all, you wouldn't be able to wear. It does remember your rank, so if you change back, you'll just have the same rank that you had before. Casual players, what are you doing? Really? You reckon you could do both to rank 10? Because I've played a lot. I would not call my amount of playtime casual at all. And I am not rank 10 yet on either. Like I'm not rank 10 with the thing. In fact, I'm getting close to rank 9. And I have been the same faction the whole time. I do like the idea that to get to level 10 would be after level 100. I do like that. Maybe I'd be okay with it being somewhere around the same time. I could literally rank 10 both in a week. MP and his team were only rank 9 at the end of a week, and they're fucking degenerates at like 1000 corruption, and they're rank 10 now, but it took them a week and a half. So no, you can't. Lies. No, you can't. Lies. Actual lies. You can't just sit there and lie. That's a lie. Yeah, their whole team is new, but they're also a full team. They're currently at 3,000 corruption. Like, they're at insane pushes. Also, they're not like completely new to the game. They're like insane pushes. They min-max the fuck out of things. So there's two things. One, there's no shot any casual player in existence hits rank 10 on both factions in one cycle. Absolutely no shot. That does not happen. No casual player does that. Some degenerates could do that. I could do that. I could even believe that you could do that. No casual is ever doing that. That's not happening. That's absolutely ridiculous. Unthought of, can't happen. Two, you cannot hit rank 10 on both in a week. There isn't enough time in a week for anybody to do that. Most casual players, and when I say casual, I'm talking about the people who play 10 to 15 hours a week, which is already well above the average casual person. Most of them never even will hit rank, will never even hit corruption 300 or level 100. They'll re-roll before that. That's how those casuals are, and that's already well in front of most casuals. Yep. Don't balance around the degens. I don't think we are balanced around degens. Like, I might not be the most knowledgeable person on LE, but I am certainly a fucking degenerate with my amount of playtime. Like, you could not expect casual players to play the amount of hours I've already put in an entire cycle. The amount of hours I've already put in is more than most casuals will do in the entire cycle. Thank you for the 13-month prime.
Colon closing parenthesis.
Chance of Architects, Ward. Those are pretty cool. Yeah, I'm starting to lean towards it was actually just a troll. Like, there's nothing to back that up. It's not real. It's not grounded in reality. We can keep that. The rest of this can go, I think.
Yes. Take care.
Hello. The Reckoning. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. They're not grounded in reality. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The conversation is now over. I've just decided. One of the most beautiful things about being the person who is the streamer is I can just decide this conversation's over, and then it is. No, there's no democracy here. Do I need to do... I need 900 for that. Ooh. Those fucking fireballs, what are those? Who casts them? Is it these motherfuckers? They're huge. Okay. Is that even a fireball? It's like a fire boulder. That's the thing one. Yo, I turned the general chat off. You should turn the general chat off. By the way, quick feedback for the LE team. Not that any of them are here, but it's feedback I will give them anyway. If I turn off global chat, fucking remember that. Just leave it off. Stop making me have to go and untick public every time. Just leave it off. I don't want to be in there. Let me usually switch between so something is so annoying. Well, you can just have I have all whispers and party chat going to my chat window, so both of them exist, and then there's just no general chat. Honestly though, I'm pretty tempted to turn off whispers. Not like for any specific reason, it's just that like I don't know, like 40 times a day somebody wants to fucking whisper you an item. And I don't know enough about Last Epoch to be impressed. Like I just don't know what I'm looking at most of the time. I'm like, yeah, cool item. Great. Is that good? Is that rare? I don't know what the fuck's going on, man. Just say congrats and I'm happy for you. I mean, that's kind of what I do most of the time. Because I don't know. I don't know any better. I don't know enough about the game. Like I'm like, yep, that looks like an item. That's not for the build. I now know 2 builds. It's not for either of them. Very purple, big number, nice. Yeah. Yep, that's a very purple thing. Grats. There is much purple on 233% chance to shred armor. Jesus. Okay. None of that's anything I want anyway. Off to the vendor you go. Actually. Oh wait, I thought there were two. Wasn't there a two? There it is. We'll keep that. Okay. See, here's the thing. When I say the conversation's over, that means both sides of it. That means Amity there has to stop pretending that he's better than they're better than everybody, which it seems like they did once I said. Got in like one sneaky message and then did the thing. But it also means other people can't do the talk back thing either. Right? It also means other people can't do the talk back thing either. Like both sides have to stop. Nah, there was one, like, as I was saying no, there was one little sneaky jab that happened, but it seemed fine after that. And like, I don't like timing people out, man. It's not something I like doing. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Just push the phone up. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, general chat is horrendous. I got baited like day 2. People said that I couldn't, that somebody in chat, my chat told me that you couldn't say D4 bad in general chat, that it would like time you out, or like not time you out, but like wouldn't let the thing go through. And then, so I typed it just to see what would happen. And it let it through. And then I started fucking World War III in global chat by accident. And I was like, ooh, ooh. Like, people it quickly degenerated. And I was just like, ooh, I did that, my bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. And then I just turned off the global chat and just, ooh, I've started a fire in this room. I'm leaving. Like, didn't mean to do that. Chat baited me, I swear. You know, there are actually people that like D4. Yeah, there's tons of people that like D4. There are more people actively playing D4 right the fuck now than there have ever been playing PoE or LE. We don't like D4 because we're like true hardcore ARPG fans people. But like in general, D4 is super fucking popular. Like, it's big popular. You'll do, you can go on some boots at some point. It's just that D4 is not even a bad game really, right? What it is is that D4 was never aimed at any of us. We're literally not the target audience. That's like anyone who would show up here in stream, we weren't the target audience. We were never the target audience. It was never aimed at us to begin with. It's not a bad game as a game standing on its own. And if it wasn't in the Diablo franchise and it was made by anyone other than Blizzard, we collectively probably wouldn't be too upset about it either. It would just be another average-ish MMO that we didn't really, not MMO, well, kind of MMO, ARPG MMO style thing that was like, not really for us, but we wouldn't really be upset. The reason we're upset about it, and I'm saying we as like the royal we, as like all the hardcore ARPG fans for a long time people, the reason we're upset about it is because we all collectively came from D2 and we were really all hoping D4 would be like Diablo's savior. We wanted it to be good. The reason we're upset is because we wanted it to be for us, and it isn't. It's not for us. It's for casual dad of 6, works 70 hours a week, wants to play with his controller on his couch for 2 to 3 hours once every second Saturday. That's who that's for. And it's good for that person. It's good for that person. It's not for us. Everyone watching their TV on the couch right now. Yeah. Dad of 14 kids here, still working my way through the D4 campaign. Like since pre-season 1. Yeah. Here's the thing. The campaign, fucking fantastic, by the way. Even for us. Forget about the price tag. Right? Forget about the price tag. Obviously, fucking way overpriced. That's just bullshit you get to do when you're Blizzard, because people will pay it. So not really even technically overpriced because people bought it. It's only really overpriced if we don't buy it, right? So even as we complain about how expensive it is, we all fucking bought it. So it obviously wasn't too expensive. Right? Like it obviously wasn't too expensive because we all bought it. It sold so many copies. Right? And that's not any specific person. There'll definitely be individual people here who didn't buy it. Right? But it sold so many copies, man. Like it obviously wasn't too expensive. They obviously had an idea of how much people would be willing to pay, and then they priced it at that, and then it sold. So it's not even overpriced. Here's the best part of the information about pricing stuff. No game company is actually in charge of how much they price their games at. We are. We're in charge of how much they price their games at. Every single time. When they decide what the price is, they don't decide how. It's never, ever, ever, ever a conversation of how much did it cost? How much do we need to cover our costs? That's never been the price. That's not how business is done. The price is how much do we think people would be willing to pay? And they get market research and they have an idea and they have like people whose job it is to work out how much will most people pay? And then they price it at that. They'll price it at that. I can't believe they're going to try and charge $60 to $100 for the expansion. Yeah, it's not try. They will charge it And like 90% of people that bought the original will pay it and go play. They're not trying. It's not overpriced. You can do one thing, and it's the same thing you have in every aspect of economics anywhere, in everything you do in real life, in every video game company, in every game, in every product. You have one play. It's the most powerful play. It is the play that has the most amount of impact on anything. And it is vote with your wallet. If something is overpriced, you think that's too expensive, don't buy it. And if enough people say that is too much, it's not worth it, don't buy it at that price, stuff stops going up at that price. Like then if everybody pays $80 for the expansion, the new expansion price is $80, and every expansion they put out will be $80 until they think they can up it again. If they released an expansion at $80 and 80% of the people interested went, that's actually not worth $80, I'm not going to spend that. Within, and I mean this seriously, within 2 weeks, it would be on sale for $40 because no one bought it at 80. And then the next expansion would come out at $40 because they'd be like, oh fuck, nobody bought it. Right? Like that's what would happen. The problem is you would need the majority of people to think the same way. The majority of people would have to go, that's not worth it, I'm not paying it. And if that happened, it would come out at half the price next time. Like that's the play. I know I'll be playing the expansion. I hate it. I don't want it to be priced like that. But I'll be playing it. Is that a burger? It's a bacon and egg burger. As far as why will I be playing it? Probably because I'll get it for free. I also didn't buy the first day though. I got it for free. Content creator. There are programs, if you meet requirements, they'll give you a copy of the game. The requirements are not that high. They're high enough that your average person can't just be like, oh, I'm just gonna make 10 videos and be like, see, I'm a YouTuber. Like, no, you definitely have to put in work, but they're not that high. And I meet all of those requirements, so I will get it for free. And so I will play it. Bacon and egg burger. Skull and Bones. Just Ubisoft's quad A-rated game for $70? Yikes. I remember looking at that one and thinking it was going to be like $20 or $30. Did they really release that for fucking $70? I thought that was going to be 20. What do you got? Minion damage, stun duration, chance to shred fire res. They're all shit. I guess I'll take some frailty, but I already have more than enough frailty. But I'll take more. Go Koliachi and tell them that I'll do things for next Equitas drop. I'd give you one of my 7 LP ones if I had one. I went and picked up a bunch of dungeon prophecies. Oh, by the way, if you're optimistic, if you pick up some of those dungeon unique chest prophecies, you'll pick up, like, I picked up like, I don't know, 2 or 3 chests per dungeon doing those. 7 1 LP. Like, you'll get a ton. As much as I don't really like running dungeons, the dungeon prophecies do reward you incredibly well. So look at how fucking slow these guys move with all these curses on. Like, they move so slow, they attack so slow. It's like having a beefed up temp chains just all the time. Tier 2 dungeon, when I do it in a tier 4, do I still get the 2-2 rewards? Unclear. I'm not sure. I want to say no, even though I feel like you should. It seemed like it didn't proc. It is minimum. I do all mine in tier 4. Okay. Give a build guide for this. Not yet, but I will be recording it tonight for sure. Guaranteed. Promise. Exclamation mark LE profile. You can look at the whole profile right now, but I don't have like a guide explaining everything yet. Whatever fucking bullshit depressive episode I was going through seems to be over. My brain's working again, so I'm like able to do stuff. So I will be making videos. Brain started working again like yesterday. I don't know why. I just woke up and everything was fine again. That's just how it works. But now I'm able to do stuff. I got caught up on so many things in the last 2 days. It's insane in the membrane. I'm caught up. We're good. I'll be making videos again tonight. I don't actually know what it is. It just happens sometimes. It's not... I shouldn't call it a depressive episode because I don't feel depressed when that happens. It's just a thing that happens to me sometimes. where I suddenly feel like I have literally nothing to offer and can't bring myself to make any content, and it's like a struggle to stream, and I definitely can't do YouTube videos, and everything feels bad. And then what I do, and this is not advice, what I do about that is I ignore it, and in a few weeks it goes away on its own, and then I can function again. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that that's the play. Like, it's not what you should do. But historically, it's worked for me. Worked is a strong word. Almost 100% not the correct play. It's certainly almost 100% is not the correct play, but it is the play I've been making for the last 30 years. So, but we're good now. We're back. My brain works again. It's like it needs a reboot. It's like my brain just needs like some reboot time. And then now my brain's rebooted. I'm good. I can function again. I get to do things. It's great.
Yes. Take care.
I'm picking up way too much garbage and I'm not even COF. Yeah. As soon as I realized what was happening to COF, I was like, holy shit, we need so much stricter loot filters than we're used to. We decided to go on a 5-minute smoke break. Are we talking about like hardcore in-game? Because you've made that sound like a different thing. Perry's turned off everything but T7 mods and double T6s. Am I that ballsy? You know what? I think I would be that ballsy if I had to, if I was like in even like 500 plus corruption. I think I would get there too. Okay. Have you seen the Aurora amulet? I don't even know what that is. I mean, maybe. What does it do? I'm more likely to remember the mods than I am to remember the name. Oh, yes. Yes, I have. Several copies of it, actually, I think. Not that one, something else. I definitely have. Seen it a few times. It's something along the lines of if you reach 33% life, you are healed to full, and then also recover the amount of ward equal to the amount of health that you got, so it like pops you back. Yeah, I found, I don't know, 3 or 4 of those probably. None with any LP on it though, so I just vended them all because if they don't have LP, I don't keep them. At this point, with my corruption and the COF bonus, something drops as LP is rare. Yeah. It's worth keeping even without it. At least 1 copy. Is it? I've probably deleted uniques that were relatively rare because they weren't for my build and didn't have LP. Because I just like don't know the list yet of like things that I should have kept, and I hate keeping too much stuff, so
Yes. Take care.
Warlock, if you want to have a look at what my build currently is, exclamation mark LE profile, you can have a look at the whole profile through that link. I do not have a guide for it, but I will very soon. This is a damn Warlock. Game wants me to roll a necro. I swear to God, do it. Necromancers are fun. For Wrath and stuff with 1 LP. Ah, but do you have a Wraith Lord helmet yet? Whoa. That's a lot, but I don't think you fit. I don't think there's any way you could possibly fit. How much do you roll up to? 9 and 50? You roll up to 9 and 50? That's so much life. I mean, this one's only 7 and 35. The thing is, I'd have to give up one of my damned pieces. All right, here's the thing though. I don't think I need most of these anymore. What happens to my resistances without these? So it's literally only cold and lightning, and I have so much over on fizz, fire, and void. Okay, so technically those are all capped in just 2 idols. The thing is, right, without that being well rolled, I can put in some like 5% health 21s. I can use 2 of them instead of 1 of these, and it's just better, right? 521, 524. Well, that's 10 and 45. Oh, that didn't bring me to 2k. Are you kidding? It really didn't bring me to 2k? Oh, 5 is max. Damn. I mean, that still brought me up health. Gained nearly 100 there between health and ward. But what I do have is way the fuck too much fire, physical, and void. The fire on there could go, but change to what? I'm capped on everything anyway. Necrotic is good. Void lol, but it's 0. I need to replace this ring with one of these. With the necrotic. But I need crit strike avoidance. Yeah, because I'm only at 106. I could replace this, but I do need the cold. I can add something to my helmet. This thing's also pretty shit, to be honest. That bone amulet. As well as this thing isn't great either. Okay, I got some pieces I can work on. one of the biggest upgrades I could do would be getting a helmet that had like I think it's like 40% chance for damned, and slamming it onto my current unique helmet. Getting another 40% chance to damned would be really big. Or would it? I mean, I got 100% there. And like 80 here. And like 180 just there. Plus what's in the skills. Maybe cast speed would be better. I think the problem with cast speed is that it costs more mana. Although my cast speed is literally 12% right now. Excuse me. Also trigger more mana back. Yeah. Is it seamless between controller and mouse? Almost. Not quite as good as Torchlight or even Diablo 4. For one simple reason. When I'm using a controller and I'm still using the controller and I move my mouse, it locks the controller into the thing it was doing before. So like you'll just, if you were running left and then you move your mouse, you'll continue running left until you like input another command, because it doesn't use them both at the same time, which is something both Diablo does and Torchlight Infinite does. They like actively use both at the same time, but it only takes like half a day to get used to that, because swapping between them is very seamless. As long as you stop using the mouse before you start using a controller, or as long as you stop using the controller before you start using the mouse, even a split second is fine, right? It's just that if I'm running and then I move the mouse, it just breaks and it keeps running, and you have to input another command to stop it. But otherwise you can just swap between them. So good enough. It's definitely good enough. Whoa. Probably don't just stand in the middle of the giant pack. We did go up to 200 corruption. Oh, really? Damn. What's your favorite irony fella question? Why is it Imperial? Okay. Here's the secret. I have no idea what era I'm at any point in time when I'm playing in the campaign. I'm sure the campaign's great. I just kill mobs and follow the arrow, and then sometimes I get lost. I just don't care about story. I just want to kill monsters. So I never really look. Like, I don't even think the campaign's shit, to be honest. It's just that I don't care about the story portion. I just murder things. I am just here to commit the murder. Mass genocide is the game. Dum, ba, dum, ba. Ugh. Because I have like 17 more fucking builds I want to run. What do we do? There's like not enough time. I can't do corruption again. What do you reckon the chances are they fix like alt catch-up mechanics during the cycle? Zero, no chance at all. That's not what I wanted. That's not the answer. Well, I'm not making another character then. Like, I've only got like 3 more days before I'm on holiday. Then I'll be gone for 5 days, and by the time I get back, I imagine it'll be time to start PoE prep. I imagine it'll be time to start PoE prep by then. I said late March. Yeah, but I got a lot of prep work to do this time for PoE. I gotta take every guide that I think is good enough that I have made and do full written versions of them all.
Yes.
It's gonna be a ton of work.
Take care.
Silly allies, nearby allies take less damage things. Huh. That hybrid poison damage comes with poison resist, and it's a prefix. I wasn't aware. Finally, I can do it. Better make it count. I regret that I had already started laughing and reading that before I realized what it was. Because what I would like to have done with that highlighted message is blatantly ignore it just for the joke. Because you like saved to use a highlighted message and I read all the messages anyway, so it's worthless. I wish I was a little bit quicker on my feet so that I could have ignored it like it did nothing. I think that would have been funnier. This corrupted data in PoE. Had it for the past 2 months. I've reinstalled the PC twice. Once unrelated and followed all guides from DGs and others and I still get it. Huh. I have never even heard of that email. Not email. Error. Don't know why I said email. Never even heard of that error. On the forum, there's like hundreds of people having the same issue. Huh. Most errors PoE have, even if I haven't experienced them, I've heard of them. You're the first person I've heard complaining about that one. That's odd. Can I turn off damage numbers? Display damage numbers. Will I like it with damage numbers off? Normally, I'm not one that likes turning damage numbers off, but when you're putting in like 17 different damage over time abilities, several of them at hundreds of stacks, the numbers all blur together in a way that's completely useless. It's unreadable. It doesn't matter what it is, like what the numbers are, because you can't tell what they're doing anyway. Like if you're a crit build, great, you get to see those big juicy crit numbers. If you're in damage over time build stacking like 40 different dots, it doesn't matter. You can't tell anyway. You leave the numbers on the show, you can't see a lot. You can't say to see the screen and wipe everything out. It does, but I don't know. A large enough pack and it feels like the damage numbers are having a performance problem. And the yellow crits is super helpful. Oh, if I was playing a crit build, I'd never turn it off. I'm only even entertaining the idea of turning it off because I'm playing a damage over time build with, like, look at how many dots there are on mobs. Like, it's just unreadable. Like, I can't. I'm surprised it doesn't go onto a second line. Like I can't even remember if there's 5 or 6. There's 5 or 6 curses. And then I ignite, bleed, poison, damn, torment, armor shred, necrotic res, grip. There's something else in there too. There's a shock, slow, chill. Like it's just fucking everywhere, man. Like there's so many things going on. This was good as well. I love the animation. I mean, that's my animation for Bone Curse. It's this thing. I never press it though. It just automatically goes off. It's just part of my ever cascading self-casting bullshit that just casts itself. It's fantastic. hoping that would go further. I could try and slam that onto a helmet, but if it takes the 17 crit to strike avoid, that would be unfortunate. I would take the dex or the int. More dex is good. I'd take the dex or the int. 68 health is just free health. Never mind.
Yes. Take care.
Morning.
Yes.
And now, the best thing you can possibly do with arena keys. So much money. So much money. What's that one program I had to use? What's that one program I had to use and Blakey also had to use right after you moved to New Zealand? I know. What did it do? I don't even know what you're talking about. We're going to echo in order to replace the blessing. All three bosses are just the last one. You don't do that at all unless you're in empowered. And in empowered there's only one. There's only one boss. It basically doesn't use your PC to play. Oh, you're talking about GeForce Now. Yeah, GeForce Now is absolutely fantastic. So if you're in empowered, just click this little negative button. Like technically, can we do these? Sure, but you actually don't need to. They don't do anything. Just use up stability. You just hit that. That's the only boss you can do. And anytime you do it, you're re-rolling your things. Alright, I'll be back in just a second. Excuse me. Okay. Let's go. Boss time. Okay, what do you got? Dodge rating, fire resist. That's a lot of fire resist. I don't need that frailty. I have frailty some other way. 200 armor is probably way better than frailty. That's a low roll, but I mean, you really only need like 5% chance to apply frailty. It lasts 4 seconds, and it only stacks 3 times anyway. Yeah, I saw that. Wait, what was it? The frailty range is apparently, is that 20,000 or is that 200,000? I think it's 200,000 to 320,000. I would actually quite enjoy 200,000 chance to apply frailty. Wouldn't endurance be good too? Not really. I'm mostly ward. Like I'm normally running around with like 4 to 5k ward and only 2k life. Which means endurance is really only affecting like a very low percentage of my total hits. I think I'd rather just have armor. Especially because my armor is so goddamn low. Like it's so goddamn low, armor is a huge problem for me right now. Like that was, what was that, 18% before or was it 19? It was either 18 or 19, now it's 26. Like that's pretty helpful. It's because my boots have really low armor. They're not the base type that I want. And also my chest is on just an absolute garbage tier base. I should be able to get another like 400 off there and another 100 here. And I'd like to try and get like one decent armor roll somewhere else as well. Just like one good armor roll somewhere, as well as replacing those pieces with good bases. And then I'd probably have like 2.5k armor. Which I think is way more reasonable. Like 2.5k would be good. I normally run around with 200k ward. Okay, I'm not doing any of the like bug abuse stuff. The bone, whatever it's called. I saw it, but I was like, what do I really want 200,000 ward? Or will I instantly get bored if nothing can kill me? And I decided I would instantly get bored. There's two groups of people using those bugs. One group will be fine. Your experienced players who aren't surprised, like who already know what they're doing, using a bug like that, they're not gonna be worried next time. Like they're aware, they've played it before, they'll be fine. And then like new people who are like, oh, this is great, 200,000 ward. And then when that gets taken away, they'll be like, I'm so squishy. Like, yeah, you don't say. The funny bit will be there's people like solo like 1500 corruption because of the ward bug. And if that gets fixed like mid-cycle, they suddenly won't be able to do any map that they've been doing. They'll just be like instantly dead in every single one that they walk into. They'll be like, oh god, I have to drop like 800 corruption so that I can live again. Can I blink this? No. Fuck. I like it's unique, be good unique for the bleed warlock though, like a temporary one. Sure, I used it on this one as well to begin with. So the one thing that I don't really understand is what does and what doesn't scale with excuse me, with spell damage. So I am under the impression that damned, which is where most of my damage comes from, this is a damned build, does not scale with increased spell damage. So I can only scale necrotic and damage over time. I'm a little iffy on like what does and what doesn't scale with spell damage, like ailment wise. So it depends. Yeah, some ailments scale with spell damage. I believe that damned does not, but I don't know specifically which ones exactly do and which ones don't, because they're all different. So if your ailment scales with spell damage, if it scales with spell damage, then it'll be great. Sorry, I don't know if I've misspoken. I can look up each individual ailment. The only one I've looked up is damned because that's what I'm doing. And it doesn't appear to scale with spell damage, so I don't want to use the ladle. But if your ailment does scale with spell damage, then you almost certainly want a ladle, and probably to try and get like a 2 LP ladle and see if you can get some like good shit on it would be my plan. Do you get any life for leveling up, even like a nominal amount? Like I'm real close to 78. Is that going to push me up to 2k life just because I'm sick of looking at 1999? Or do I have to find like another life somewhere? Just wondering why that spoon was not mentioned in any of the Warlock bleed builds. My guess would be that the bleed also doesn't scale with spell damage. Do we know when the next PoE League is launching? Nope. I can guess if you want, but I'm just making it up. But I'll tell you something if you really want a date. Not to joke on ARPGs. Fair. if that's a concern, then you should draw the line at whenever we get the announcement for the announcement, right? Because then you'll know you've still got like 3 weeks or something. Okay, that was a lot of gloves. Thanks, prophecies. But are there any 2 or 3 LP ones? Most certainly not. Nah. We've ended a lot.
Yes. Take care.
Still possible as the 22nd, 23rd, but they have to be announcing it super soon. Yeah, I strongly suspect that it's going to be that like 29th, 30th area. Strongly. I actually think if it's not then it'll actually be the first weekend of next month. I actually think those are the 2 weeks that are likely. Oh, there's way more than that now. There's way more than that. Like literally half the company. It's not even the same half all the time either. Basically, almost everybody is working on PoE 1 and almost everybody is working on PoE 2. There's so much crossover, man. Uh, 7, 16, and 10. So that'll go up 30. Worth. And Cull. Easy Cull. $250. Now we're starting to get a little bit more back into the corruption that I liked. Let's go. What do we got? 1, 2. See this armor with like, you know, 180 armor and 179 armor and up to like 179 ward decay with 1 ward gain on kill. I need these rolls, but on this, on that base, that'd be great. That'd be another 120 flat armor and another 113 or at least 100 up to 170 ward decay and ward on kill. That's so much more tankiness. It's so much more tankiness. But we keep not hitting anything on those bases. Need better bases. Whoa. Bone idol. More damned. More damned. Better roll damned. That ain't a better roll damned. That's actually significantly worse. What do they go up to? 24? 9 being the minimum? Jesus. That is such a range. Okay. That's not great. Let's see. You'd lose 11 pen. You would gain a bunch of mana. The poison's irrelevant. The mana's great. You gain 50% necro, but you lose 50% damage over time. You really needed to hit something on the chaos, I think, for that to be worth using. I don't think that's better. Close though. An attempt was made.
Yes. Take care.
An attempt was made. Yep, I'm happy they're all hidden. Trust your loot filter, Baylor. You're the one that built it. There's no need to check just because there are beams on the floor. You've hidden all that shit for a reason. You really share the filter is still work in progress. It's more like, it's less like it's a work in progress and more like I can't figure out how to share this filter because it's so fucking gear specific, and it's not even just like, it's not even just build specific. It's like build specific and also where I'm up to personally in gearing specific. And I just can't figure out how to make it something I can give to everybody. I just don't know. I don't. Hey, here we go. Ooh, ooh. Never found a filter I like more than just building a filter as I go. Upgrade it to my gear requirements. Yeah. Gonna build. Did you see what kind of build something you can work on fine tune it? I did not. Nope. I don't know anything about that. I think. Go ahead. What is it though? Like, what's it even for? What are we talking about? Okay, let's see if we can even tell. Does that even feel like more? I think the cast speed doesn't affect me. I mean, it would affect this. Affects that quite a bit, but it doesn't seem to affect this. This is too much. Hey, Hulk. Nice hair. Thank you. Although I've still got to re-dye it. That's gonna happen, I think, tomorrow. But the haircut's great. I quite like it. Gonna bleach and dye it again tomorrow. I kind of want to look at it in game. It would be easier for me to look at. Is it really? Yeah, here we go. Copy. Shift F plus paste. Sweet Jesus. Oh, I see. He's actually only showing like the best idle combination, but for like every fucking build in existence, or at least all the meta ones. Add wanted affixes. Deselect the weapon types you want. Ah. Add wanted there. Add wanted affixes, add wanted affixes, add wanted affixes. Yeah. Not a huge fan of the color scheme, tell you that. Shit, it might be really good though. It might be really good though. I might have to like look into that more thoroughly. That might be far more closer to the idea that I was trying to get to, except done by somebody who knows what they're doing instead of me trying to figure it out as I go. It might be a lot easier for me to just yoink that one and edit it to my liking. Twitter is a way to restrict it to certain base items. The limitations of filters are the same limitation to keep new player friendly, probably. No, I can add that. There's enough room. It is the thing that I also noticed was missing, but there's enough room to add that. Here, I'll show you. So all this is great. So what we could do is here above, so I've only used 57 out of 75 rules, right? Which gives us like a ton of rules left, right? Like 12 or something extra rules. So what you would do is you would hide based on not item type, hide based on, what is it? Hide based on class requirement, level, rarity. Is it item type? Ah, yes. So you would go hide based on, you would hide item types, and what you would do is, instead of how I've done it, where I've selected only the items I want, you would select all items except the ones that you want. So in my instance, it would be like this. And then you would put that here. So you would still see multi exalts and tier 7 exalts. And so you would put all of the hides just below this line right here. Right? And if you did that, you would need, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus weapons. So like 8, you'd need like 8 rules to do that. Which there's room for. He has room for 8 rules there. So you would need to do 8 separate rules of hide all of these things, hide all of those things, hide all of those things, and put them right there in that filter, and it would work. Which is probably what I would personally add to it. Because then you can have this same style of restriction that I have here. Up to, is everybody? I'm doing fantastic. Getting increasingly nervous as we get closer to me taking a holiday, like a real actual holiday for the first time in like 6 years. But otherwise, great. Whoa! Yikes. Don't walk into the Rogue Exiles like giant AoE move thing. Don't do that. Some question with mage skills, specifically Fireball, is it considered really weak or just off meta? I didn't think it was either. I thought it was quite good. Is it not quite good? Is this a bleed Warlock? No, this is a damned Warlock. It's just one that I came up with. I'm not like following a guide. I actually haven't looked at any guides or nothing. I just sort of started playing a Warlock and made shit up as I went. Actually, right now, my favorite way to play Last Epoch is just fucking pick a class and then just make it up as I go and see how it runs. Because you don't get to do that in other games. A lot of Rune Masters doing electric builds, and I'm just wondering if I'm barking up the wrong tree. I have no idea. I thought Firebolt was cool. Fireball. I thought Fireball was cool, but I could be wrong. Now that one's interesting. %42% chance to inflict Spirit Plague on melee hit. Now that's interesting. Oh. Hello, friend. Huh. You'd be kiting a lot? No, I wouldn't. Oh, him. Right. Right. So this is another necrotic damage over time. You gain ward when hitting an enemy affected by Spirit Plague. Oh, the phone. Wait. Times 15% per. Would you, by the way, always rush to get to 100 monoliths? Yes. Yes, I would never stop anywhere before empowered monoliths. Okay, so here's this is silly. So the problem is I don't have enough regen for this to exist. It's like it's part of a low life setup or something. Because it would... It procs on melee hit, but I don't have to do melee hits because I melee hit. This harvest is a melee hit. And it's just automatically procced all the time, 3 times a second. And so I could use it to proc Spirit Plague, which is another necrotic damage over time ability, which is quite good. Give me like nearly 200% increased damage over time just by existing. It'll put plague on an enemy as well, just for the sake of it. It'll spread everywhere. You gain ward when hitting an enemy affected by Spirit Plague. That's huge. What if I just got some leech? I haven't bothered with leech yet, but like, what if I just got some leech? It really would not be difficult to get some leech either. Like, I have pretty easy access to leech. Let's just see how this plays with this on real quick. Like I just want to see if I can see Spirit Plague going off often, which I think it will. I'd be giving up Rip Blood for it, but that's fine. I mean, fucking Spirit Plague is a huge AoE. If it's the thing I think it is there. Let me just see it. What do you look like? Spirit Plague. Spirit Plague. Okay, it looks like that. Okay. So that's what I'm looking for. Something that looks like that. I feel like I'm not seeing it. There's also a lot going on. It would be real hard, real easy to miss. Oh, excuse me. I don't see it going off though. Go for an arena so you don't have to move. Well, it's there. I see it. I see the Spirit Plague on things. I can't see it like visually happening, but I can see that debuff on them. So it is working. And the life gain on hit that I have just in combat is enough to keep me full pretty much all the time. Like I'm just full, right? Like it's not like, as long as there's combat going on, it's not like I'm losing health here, so. It would be Rip Blood that I was giving up. I honestly probably don't need 80 points in here. Like I could definitely pull some points and put them into like leech and whatnot. Okay, I definitely do not need to have 80 points in here. Like I'm just gonna put this in here for now anyway, but I don't need all of these points at all. I could definitely take some leech here for 5 points. That would get me here to that line where I could just put 5 points here for a bit of like health regen and vitality, or I could put all 8 points in here for a buttload of leech and then just put 2 points like here for some damage or here for some vitality, and then I'd have access to this area right here, which would be, I'd pretty much just want all 8 of these. 16 extra int would be huge. This might be cool too, but just that. 16 extra int would go a long way. Now, sadly, you don't really come with any stats, so you would only have LP stuff. But I would have a curse. Is this a curse? No, this is not a curse. It is a curse. Okay, so it is a curse. So just on its own, by nature of being a curse, we deal, what, 5% more damage, I think it is? Yeah, 5% more damage per curse on the target. So just because we'd be changing Rip Blood to another curse, we would just gain 5% damage because of that. Spirit Plague has additional spell necrotic damage for each point of intellect, so we would definitely take that. And then we'd get also 3 points in this, which would give us 12 ward per time we hit an enemy, which is a lot. We hit a lot. We could get, you can add poisons there. How does Harvest play into the build? Right here. Chaos Bolts hit have a chance per dex to cause you to attack with Harvest from the location of the enemy, hitting them and the enemies around them. I currently only have 11 dex. It felt quite a bit better at 15, so I will try and fit in slightly more, but it's fine. It just goes off automatically. And then it's this melee attack, which gives me a 12% cull. Every 13 monsters hit gives me 10 mana back. It gives me 6 flat ward and 1% of my life as ward per hit, and it does necrotic shred. And it just procs automatically off Chaos Bolt. What we're giving up, yes, but what to do it? I mean, it's just this right here, this node from Chaos Bolt here. Chaos Bolts have a hit chance per dex to attack with Harvest. It's just automatically procced from Chaos Bolt there. We have 11 dex purely because of this helmet that we were going to wear anyway, giving us 10 plus the 1 all. So it just goes off automatically. We never cast it. But because Harvest is a melee attack that's just automatically proccing, it means I can use this thing. Yeah, it's giving me Cull, it's giving me mana back, and it's getting me Ward. That's the 3 things. And it's giving me Necrotic Shred. So it's doing 4 things, all just utility. But because it's a melee attack, technically 42% chance to inflict Spirit Plague on melee hit. Well, I'm hitting 3 times a second, so it's basically guaranteed every second we'll be applying more than 1 Spirit Plague if I use that. Spirit Plague can get 1, just a lot of damage. It can give me frailty. It can slow. It can give me more ward per hit with 3 points in that. 12 ward per hit. This is definitely an interesting idea. Now, what did I do with the offhand I was using? Hold on. What did I do with the offhand I was using? I didn't vendor it. Everything's still in my inventory. Shit. Where'd I put it? I didn't vendor it because I haven't vendored. What'd I do with it? Oh no. Wait. Nope. I literally haven't vended yet, so I know I haven't vended it. Oh, there it is. There it is. This is an interesting thought. It'll require a little bit of respecking though, because it's going to drain 5% of my health constantly. I'm going to want just a little bit of leech. The life gain on hit is like just enough to counter it, but it won't recover me afterwards. But 81 points in here is unnecessary. I could easily pull a few points out, put them in here, get some more max health and leech to go with everything else. I could definitely do that. Like 81 points in here is almost certainly not the play. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to think about that some more. Trail Heroic Origin. It's too long ago for me to remember. Alright, boss me up. Alright, what do you got? Ooh. I should produce new clicker since 2% and stacks up. Oh, that's already maxed. I've already maxed that. Don't need that shit. Don't need any of that. I'll keep my armor, thanks. I really wanted a better roll on that armor though. Anything above 300 would be really good. Actually, interesting. Yeah, this is gonna be my favorite playstyle though. Like all I have to do is just not stand on things. My damage does itself. Even with that easy playstyle, I still managed to die. Oh, okay. All right. Stupid time, but I need to record 2 videos tonight. So we're just gonna have to short stream and record 2 videos. While my brain's deciding it wants to get the work done, I need to get the work done. What we really want to do is just play the video game on stream the whole time and just not make videos, but we have to make videos. Can you combine items in the dungeons like amulet and gloves? No. It has to be any glove goes on any glove, any amulet goes on any amulet, any two-handed sword can go on any two-handed sword, but it still has to fit the slot. What point gambling is not worth it anymore? Is it like the item level cap? I didn't think gambling was worth it at all at any point. Items that come off the vendor just don't have any goddamn forging potential. I sometimes use it while I'm leveling the first time. Just because like if my base is like so outdated, there's nothing I can do with it. I might use it then, but then I just stop. Excuse me. I gotta run. I gotta make videos. I gotta do the things. I gotta do the work things. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye.